let's get back into it. It's been about a week since we last did some Final Fantasy. I have done a few things. Firstly, new machinist glam. I have booty shorts, tights. So I'm working on machinist. I managed to get bard up to 98. So I figured I may as well do machinist, so that then I have all of the pre-Endwalker DPS leveled, because it would just be Reaper, Viper, and Picto. I do still need to work on tanks, and I'm sort of half working on Astro, but I've still not been doing PvP. I really need to get back into PvP because I still have quite a few things to get that need trophy crystals, and I'm just not doing. I also want the loose fit stuff, but I just haven't been doing it because most of the time I've been playing has been either too early or too late for PvP. But first things first, I have... Where am I? There I am. I have enough Hydatos crystals to finish another relic. I now need less than 1,000 Hydatos crystals to be done with Eureka forever. At this current moment, I need 960 more. Yep. 18% is all that remains of Eureka Hydatos. I cannot wait. Okay, so let's do, yes, the Pyros Blade. That's Samurai. This is the one where we get to see what the final stage is going to look like without the glow effect, right? Okay, I don't actually hate the way that looks. That actually looks pretty good. What does the scabbard look like, though? That would be the thing I'm afraid of. I mean, the scabbard doesn't look terrible, actually. This kind of doesn't look too bad. I don't know if it's better than Suzaku's extreme weapon. I mean, it's not bad. Again, I don't know if it's any better than Suzaku's extreme weapon, but I don't not like it. I just think I have something that's a bit better. Cool. So that is another relic down. I now only have 3 relics left. Bard, Machinist, and Black Mage. Sweet. In fact, thinking about it real quick, let's chuck that into the saddlebag. And then... I don't need to get anything out of here. What I need to do, though, is head to the Doman Enclave. And then Gangos. Because we can do some progression on Bosnia relics as well. Oh, Zlatan. Oh yeah, I need to be Paladin. Lest you worry, I've kept my eye on Master Geralt and made sure he sorted preparations. I trust you have everything we need? I do. Excellent. And the weapon, please. All right. I pray Master Geralt is ready to get to work. After. Your timing couldn't be better. I've just sobered up. Hiding ale again? But where could you have... Never mind. Might we set to work, please? Ooh. Ooh. Ain't she a beaut? Spirit of battle made manifest. Honor-bound recollection. Of course, can't forget a dazzling companion, tenacity recollection. I actually like those. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's a mug of ale round here somewhere with my name on it. Slack-jawed, bald pate, and a thirst for spirits. I presume you're Geralt, the famed blacksmith and squanderer of fortune. Who in the bloody hell are you? What have my money problems to do with anything? Rowena's family? Don't look like you're part of no resistant. My name is Regana, and I'm in here on behalf of my employer, Rowena. I believe she spoke with you before of a means to alleviate the financial burden on the resistant. Come now, don't tell me you've forgotten already. Or did you believe she intended to supply you with that memory cloth free of charge? Rowena wishes to compile records of the various techniques used to reproduce the blades of Gunhilda. Everything from the materials required down to the inscriptions granting them their power. She would have them catalogued for our research. With these documents in hand, we would then fashion duplicates of any weapons you've made thus far, in addition to any forged henceforth. The Resistance weapons are incredibly valuable, and key to the Resistance's victory in the war against the Empire, but Saljan would never allow it. Then I will collect the gill owned for Rowena's cloth, if that is your want. If it puts your mind at ease, the duplicates are meant to resemble the originals in appearance only. We have no need to recreate the intricacies of the inscriptions or their ethereal properties. Can't imagine the Resistance would be too happy about. We'll accept their offer. This may be the only way for us to keep Gunhilda's blades and our friend here armed to combat the Empire. A wise choice. Though it's not as if you could refuse, Geralt. Of course, you'd know that if you'd actually read your contract. And to be clear, those replicas are strictly for purposes of research, yes? They will not be auctioned off to the lords and ladies of the realm for profit. You have our word we will not misuse the knowledge gained from this venture, and I'll remain here in Gangosh should you need to consult me regarding my work. One last thing. If Arthur should have need of these replicas for any reason, I have been instructed to oblige as necessary. Now if you'll excuse me. Okay, so now I can get replica versions. I don't believe she answered my question. Well, whatever she's scheming, at least we won't see the worst of it till after we're done. Otherwise, I have a feeling my work could be tarnished with my own memories of battle with Gil-pinching Harridans. I've just realised an issue. With me having done that. I don't have a way to progress this. Okay, so that's the first phase done. Okay. So I'd now need to start. I'd now need to start doing Bosnia. Is the way that works out. The issue is that I can't accept another quest in order to have be getting the bitter memories. Is there no replica for the first stage? The base stage? Really? Okay. Alright, so soon, PM, I will need to start doing Bosnia. Actual Bosnia. But for now, I need to progress the MSQ a little bit more. I need to get to the end of 5.3. At the moment, it looks like we will not be doing the Eden raids today because I would need some help for those. And there is no one to help. What does the minstrel have for me? What does he have for me? I haven't done any new trials. Oh no, I have. This will be Elidibus Extreme. The Warrior of Light Incarnate, you say? Consider me intrigued. Pray, tell me this tale. That such a fierce battle unfolded atop the tower, the culmination of a conflict spanning eons. By your hand did you strike down this Elidibus, thereby putting an end to the Ascian menace. Had you not prevailed, we would not be enjoying the peace which we now have. We all owe you a tremendous debt. And yet, I cannot help but spare a thought for the defeated. Though history will paint them as villains, the Ascians were driven by a deep and abiding desire, to which all men may relate. When one imagines the anguish and sorrow they must have felt, victory seems to lose its savour. So such thoughts trouble even she who dealt the felling blow. I'm neither a philosopher nor a leader, just another minstrel. So pray, allow me to speak of it in a language that is near and dear to a minstrel's heart. Love. When two men fall for the same woman, even should all things be equal, the feelings of one is destined to be unrequited. Thus is there never a shortage of the broken-hearted drowning their sorrows in taverns, and nary an evening goes by without me being called upon to sing mournful ballads of love's lost. Yet in spite of the pain that love inflicts, man can stop seeking it out no more than he can choose to stop breathing. Nay, he will never cease to struggle to find love, no matter the weight of sorrow and regret he bears. The yearning and desire drives him on. For love is the greatest emotion of all. It is a veritable force of nature, transcending reason as it moves us to action, causing old wounds to tear open anew again and again and again. Yet by the same token, it makes the love at which we finally arrive all the sweeter, and we should savour it, and let nothing diminish the joy it brings. Even should you taste bitter defeat, the sorrow you feel is testament to the strength of your passion, the flame that burns silently within you, perceivable only to you and to you alone. There is no need to extinguish that flame. Nay, let it burn until it is spent, and one day, the ashes it leaves behind will become something more than the remnants of your pain. I understand, I think. Such are the words of a minstrel, my friend. They must be somewhat open to interpretation, and the listener is allowed to find her own meaning. But I digress. We were speaking about the battle between the Warrior of Light and the Warrior of Darkness, and such a battle it was, an exemplary subject for song. I believe I shall place the focus of the piece upon the climax of the confrontation, the better to weave an enthralling epic. The epic of two heroes, one arrayed in light and one clad in darkness. Sweet. Right then. Well, now I think there's like 3 quests. I don't know what that error message was for, which is always a worry. Oh, okay, I think it was for Final Fantasy. That's fine then. Those errors don't mean anything, apparently. 4 quests. 4 quests. After, if you're ready, would you recount to us how the day unfolded? So you reached out to Elidibus at the last. His heart was moved. I'm not sure I did the right thing. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did not. None can say. But the important thing is this. Though violence proved unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams, do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another and the star may yet be rewarded. You said that an ancient came to your aid. How is that possible? A gift from Emet-Selch. He knew of Elidibus's plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus's suffering to an end, lest his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. Or so I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is to remember events as they happened. No more, no less. As the Ronkans so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived. Ah, there you are. My friend, we were given to understand thou wert injured. Shouldst thou not be abed? Lie down at a time like this? Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now, tell me what happened. Where is the Exarch? I see. Will you show me his spirit vessel? Yes, both his soul and memory seem intact. Good. Unlike the others, his ether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for the imbuing, but I needed to be certain all the same. Oh, what a relief. Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul unto his flesh. And as thou didst lately tell me, the success of this process resteth on no more than our friend's soul, recognizing his flesh as its own. Given his apparent desire to return to the source with after, one would think his soul would be only too happy to be home, no? Surely it wouldn't balk at the relative newness of its accommodation. So one would hope, but none can speak for the Exarch's heart of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all of my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essences blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any number of things could go awry. Assuming I have succeeded in tempering your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. A simple enough question, one would think, warranting a single word reply. Yet the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so. Regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it, with a certain amount of poetic license. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became ever more numerous, burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. When I look around me, I am reminded that no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they are always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see it in Vorthri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause in order to protect that which he held most dear. I see it in the people who chose to struggle rather than to surrender to despair. And though our struggles may differ greatly, since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we have hope, and when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart, regardless of the risks. And I will live with all my being, as befits one who's been granted a second chance. There, I told you it was long, and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think them the outpourings of a dewy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I dare say he's blushing in his vessel. Speaking of which, we should make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence, after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there is no guarantee that we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now's the time to see to it. I must pay a visit to Slitherbough. Let us reconvene here anon. There remain some few matters which require mine attention in Ilmeg. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I've been meaning to get some flowers from Minfilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we could go to Nabathareng together. One last time. A fine suggestion. Lead on. Well, it's back to Yulmore for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. I assume you have places of your own to be, Alizé. I shall see you later. You want to go to Armorang? As you've probably guessed, I'm going to pay a visit to the inn at Journey's Head. But I want you to come too. I realise you don't need to say any farewells, but the Exarch does, if only in spirit. So I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being lugged about on the hero's back. So let's be off, shall we? I can't wait to see how Halrick's doing. Halrick! Halrick! Oh gods, don't tell me he's wandered off again. Quickly, we have to find him. Oh, Alizé. I didn't see you there. If you're looking for Halrick, he's gone for a walk with one of the others. They were planning to visit the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's a relief. Shall we adjourn to the graveyard, then? There he is. I was afraid he'd wandered off again. Oh, there's no need to worry. Halrick's safe and well. He's been showing good progress and likes to go for walks of late. Though his steps usually bring him to this particular spot. I wasn't aware he had family here. He doesn't. It's Tesleen. Her sword, that is. We buried it here in her honour. So he remembers. What brings you back so soon, out of interest? I didn't think the next round of treatments was due yet. No, it isn't. Look, I realise this is sudden, but I've come to say goodbye. It's time for me to return home. Rest assured that treatments will continue. Beck Lug will come to oversee them in my stead. I see. You did mention that you and your friends were searching for a way home. Needless to say, we'll be sorry to see you go, but I know everyone will be happy for you. Truly. Happy and grateful. You've done so much for us. Achieved what none of us dared hope was possible. And we'll see to it that your good work continues, and that no more poor souls are buried here before their time. So rest easy, and take care. We wish you every happiness. Thank you. I will miss all of you. But it isn't time to say our farewells quite yet. So if there are any tasks that need doing, hunting beasts, fetching water, and what have you, just say the word. I mean to make use of every last moment here, after all. The time left to you is precious. That's right, Halric. That's exactly right. Those words will guide you true, so never forget them. And neither will I. What? I'm not crying. I just have sand in my eye, that's all. As I mentioned, I mean to stay here as long as possible. In the meantime, perhaps you could go and look in on the others? Alphino, for instance. If anyone's crying, it'll be him.
Oh, Alpha, no!
Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes.
The thought of never seeing you again is more than my poor heart can bear!
Oh, it's you. As you can see, Alphino has broken the news. I don't know how to console her. She thinks we'll be lost without him.
You clearly think otherwise. A picture paints 1,000 words.
You'll never let me forget it, will you? I'll have you know I completed the promised painting in the end. Be that as it may, there are times only words will suffice. Lady Chai, I have a confession to make. On the day we ousted Lord Vorthree, when I revealed the truth of his tyranny and your complicity in his crimes, I did so with great trepidation. Not out of fear that you wouldn't listen, but that you might never recover. There was a time when I too, in my hubris, believed myself worthy to lord it over others. And when the lie was laid bare, when I was forced to confront the cost, the lives lost, it all but destroyed me. To awaken from a naive dream to so harsh a reality, I would have understood had you all surrendered to despair. But you didn't surrender. Far from it. You picked yourselves up and rose to the challenge. You found a path forward and the strength to walk it, and to keep walking it, day after day. But what struck me is how much faster you found it than I did.
Really? That felt pretty slow to me. But rest assured, we'll make Yulmore into a nation anyone would be proud to call home. Eventually. You can still come and go as you please, I believe. When we have good tidings to report, I may trouble you to be their bearer. There may also be less than good tidings, in which event I hope I can trouble you for your counsel.
I should be honored to provide it, Master Chai.
Oh, Alphino. I know you aren't one to sit still, but do remember to take your ease from time to time.
Her hands are fucking massive.
And no matter where you are, remember that there are people here who are praying for your health and happiness. Our brave and gentle artist, you have our love, now and always.
And you mine. Please take care.
It is a strange feeling to stand in the company of our friends, knowing I will never see them again. I struggle to reconcile it in my mind. But this I know. I shall cherish my memories of Norvran, of every soul I met here, for the rest of my days. And I shall look forward to your tales of their endeavours. Forgive me, I realise now I never asked you what business brought you here. Can I be of assistance? Halize said that, did she? Well, as you can see, I'm quite alright now. Unlike her, by the sound of it. Perhaps you might consider visiting Urianger next. Given his conversance with the idiosyncrasies of the Fey folks, I doubt it will be an issue. But a small part of me worries they may not relinquish him willingly. As such, I'd feel better if you were to look in on our friend. Assuming you have the time, of course. To Ilmeg! There. Hey, Patinga, how you doing? I guess we're heading to his house, right? Seems that way. Yeah. Oh, something else that I have gotten. I have the Shadow Guiba. From Hades Extreme. What is the one from Elidibus Extreme gonna look like? Because we already have like a light one from Vorthri. Been a while since we've been in here. Ah! And I should have the pleasure of welcoming a guest, even as mine own occupation draweth to a close. What bringeth thee hither, my friend? So thou wouldst grant the Exarch a final tour of the realm, which hath been his home for 100 years. A noble gesture. As for Master Alphino's concerns, thou mayst rest assured that all is well here. Far from detaining me, our Fey friends have agreed to assist in the transportation of these tomes unto the Cabinet of Curiosity. Naught more remaineth to be done. Regardless, 'tis well that thou didst come. I had been meaning to show something to thee, an object I chanced to find after thy victory over Elidibus. Though it hath lost its radiance, 'tis unmistakably a crystal of light, one that did, in all likelihood, once belong to Ardbert. Having been interred with his body, it would have remained upon his person after his possession by Elidibus. And when his mortal form was, forgive mine indelicacy, consumed by thy foe to fuel his transformation, I posit the crystal did tumble free. Save that which doth abide in thee, it is all that remaineth of our friend. And if thou art willing, I would have thee deliver it unto Seto. I can think of no worthier recipient than he, and no more fitting a bearer than thee. As ever, thou wilt find the Amaro in Walkendorf. My thanks. Okay, well, at the moment, we will say that the plan is to finish 5.3 and then start the weapon questline for the trials. And, you know, depending on how well that goes, we'll have access to all of the trials in Shadowbringers. Because I'd need at least 1 or 2 people to help with running through the Eden raids, even unsynced, I think, given that they are 8-man content. I could queue for them, but that queue would probably take a while, and it's 12 raids, so the queue would take quite a while. Whereas the trials, there's only 3, so even if the queues take a bit for them, there's only 3 of them. Ah, full glad am I to see you safe and well. Rumours spoke of a strange spectral foe bent on your destruction. But with the sky returned to normal, I assume all is well again. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Is that Ardbert's crystal? So it is. It has changed, but I would know it anywhere. However, did you come by it? Then, even in death, his enemies found a way to profit from his sacrifice. Oh, it grieves me to think of his body being used for evil ends. But, thanks to you, his honor is restored, and he may finally find peace. No words can express my gratitude. I will keep this crystal safe to the end of my days. Rest easy, my friend. You have earned it.
Close your eyes.
Pardon? Very well. Oh, how can this be?
Seto, my old friend. You've grown.
Oh, Artbert, how I've missed you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe, or even console you. Had I only learned to speak sooner, I would have told you how much you meant to me, how much I cared.
I knew. I always knew. But I'm happy to hear it nonetheless. Thank you, Seto. My partner in crime.
I see. His journey continues. Then I will not yet bid him rest. With you, he may look forward to many more adventures. It has been a while since last I flew. Perhaps I too will go on a little adventure? Ride the winds, seek the horizon? Yes, I think perhaps I will.
Good flying goat. I can't be fucked. It's probably not much, if any, quicker, but still. Yeah, it probably wasn't any quicker. Ah, thou art returned. Tell me, how did Seto receive thine offering? Remarkable. 'Twas fated that thou shouldst be the one to undertake this task, I think. As Ardbert liveth on in thee, so too shall he and his comrades live on in the hearts of the people of Northrend. and their tale, now rightly told, shall inspire new warriors of light for generations to come. Now, assuming thou intendest to continue thy tour, might I suggest Slitherbow as thy next destination? The task of tidying up one's abode is seldom light work, yet I suspect Ystola's is heavier than most. Suffice it to say, a pair of helping hands might not go amiss. Hey, Stola. And what is this? Have you come to spy on me? Does Urianger truly think me so slovenly? No. Loath as I am to disappoint, I put my affairs in order some time ago. I've even bade my farewells. To everyone save Runar, that is. He's nowhere to be seen. I think I found him. He's about to tackle
Master
you.
Matoya.
Oh.
For too long I have remained silent, but no longer. I could not bear it if you were to leave. Please, stay. I beg of you.
Runar, please.
I jest. At least in part. What I came to say is this. Thank you. Without your wisdom, your strength, and your kindness to guide us, our people would still be lost. We will never forget you, Master Matoya. Wherever your journeys may take you, you will always be in our hearts.
And you in mine. Remember that your people's journey, that our people's journey is yet ongoing. Your lives will change, and so too will your dreams. Yet come what may, you need not forsake your time-honored traditions, nor less your beliefs.
But neither should you be beholden to them. For it was with curiosity and courage that the Knights Blessed first triumphed over adversity. New knowledge and new wisdom are ever worthy of pursuit.
Indeed they are. And so, until we return to the Sunless Sea, we shall endeavor to live our lives to the fullest.
That is well. But however great your strides, there may yet come a day when the challenges you face cannot be surmounted alone. On such a day...
On such a day.
You may call on me. Since a means to travel between worlds exists, you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. And there remain so many mysteries here that want for solving.
Master Matoya!
Runar, really?
Q. Honestly, he's a boy in the body of a man. Anyway, it's time we headed back to the Crystarium. Shall we? You still have to take the Exarch to Nabatha Reng. I see. Very well. You can look in on Thancred while you're about it. His will be a difficult farewell, and I'm sure he'd appreciate your support. The path goes through Twine. If you wait there, you'll like to meet him on his way back, if not before. Eh? You too? What is this, my bloody name day? I see. Yeah, Thancred was here, and Breen too. They said they wanted to go to Nabatha Rang, so we gave them the use of our trolley. That's right, the old girl's up and running again, but we didn't just put it back together, mind you. No, with a little bit of help from Master Chai, we made her faster. And stronger. Oh yes, the future of trolleys is looking brighter than ever. Whisper it, but I reckon it might be time. Time to reach for the stars with a trolley to dwarf all trolleys. If you ask me, we'd be better off making them smaller. That way they can fit in narrow shafts. But that's genius! Why didn't I think of that? Enough. You can daydream in your own time. In case you've forgotten, our priority is to have more working trolleys. That's why we turned to Master Chai Nuz, by the way. Not to make the one trolley we've got go faster. We needed help getting a few Talos back in working order, see? We were out testing them when your airship came down, as a matter of fact. You seem to have a habit of crashing things. We're back. Oh, thanks for the loan of the trolley. After? What are you doing here? Don't tell me the others are waiting for us. That's a relief. At any rate, we've done what we came to do. Which means I'm ready to leave. Or as ready as I'll ever be. Not to pry, but what's going on? You off somewhere? You could say that. So you're headed home. I'm just a simple miner and don't know much about this world-traversing business. But the young lady here, she'll be looked after, will she? I'll be fine, thank you. I have a place to stay at the Crystarium and don't want for anything. Besides which, I've no shortage of friends I can turn to. Friends like you lot. So please, don't worry. I'll be fine. Really. If you say so. It being a matter of life and death, I suppose you have to leave. But I, for one, would still be torn. If the choice were mine, I'm not sure I could bear to be parted from my family. No. But it's for the best. Rena's chosen to walk her own path, and she doesn't need me under her feet. Besides, I have my own responsibilities, and I wouldn't be setting a very good example if I neglected them. Perhaps not. Either way, I envy you your dilemma. Well then, young lady, if there's anything you need, anything at all, you're to call on us. It may surprise you, but we can do more than simply offer you trolley rides. Thank you, Magnus. Everyone. Shall we then? If you've nowhere left to visit, we can go back to the Crystarium together. We're not going to visit Feowul? I think she'll be pissed about that. Oh, it's you. You're probably wondering why I'm not with the others. It's just... I always knew that everyone would leave one day. And I always hoped and prayed that we would find a way to send them home. But now that that time has come, I just feel lost. Lost and lonely. I don't want our last moments together to be sad. I want to hold myself together just long enough to say the things I need to say. But I'm not sure I can even do that. I'll be there with you. Right. Thank you, After. I think we all feel braver with you around. Go on ahead and join the others. I'll be along after I've taken a few deep breaths.
That's everyone then. We've all said what we needed to.
Even as we speak, Backlog undertaketh their final inspection of our spirit vessels. When thine own preparations for the journey are complete, thou art to present thyself in the ocular.
Everyone? I want to thank you all, on behalf of the First. You, and Minfilia, and the Exarch. Without each and every one of you guiding us, fighting for us, we wouldn't be standing here now. There wouldn't even be a here. And no words can express our gratitude. We still have a lot to do. Countless trials to overcome. But if it ever seems too much, I'll think of our time together. The happy moments, and the sad. I will remember it all. And it will give me the strength to carry on without you. Because you made me who I am. Minfilia. Reen. To honor these names and these memories, I will stand with all the people of this land and strive for a better tomorrow.
Thancred, I believe the honor of responding should rightfully be thine.
I know better than most how much you've grown, and I have every confidence you'll make your people proud. Gods know I'm proud of you. I always will be. You deserve all the happiness in the world, and more.
He's a good not dad.
Might we also say a few words?
Why, this is just about all of you.
To see you off seemed the least we could do. You risked your all for us, fought for a realm not your own. Before you came, we had never known the beauty of the night sky. Or the joy of your company. Though it saddens us deeply to bid you farewell, it has ever been our way to send off friends with a smile. Wherever your road should lead, we shall pray for your safety. And following your brave example, we shall continue to fight for the Crystarium.
With or without us, you've always taken good care of this city. I don't doubt for a moment you'll continue to do so.
I, a more resilient people we have never known. As resilient and enduring as the tower that watches over you.
To the last, we did not question the Exarch about his past. It is only now, when he can no longer tell us, that we believe we know the answer. We have heard what became of him, and what is about to be attempted. All will be well. Of this we are certain. How could it be otherwise, when every soul in the Crystarium is praying for it with all their heart? And so, when our Lord awakens, I bid you give him a message. Tell him he needn't worry about us. That he need no longer hide who he truly is. That he should live his own life to the fullest. And that if he should ever find himself reminiscing on the past with a smile, we shall be smiling with him. Will you tell him this?
From one bun to another. We will. Word for word.
Thank you. Please look after him for us.
I dare say we have all the good wishes we can carry. Let us be on our way.
Now we have a wind up Crystal Exarch. Hello? I see how it is. Oh, you're trying to wave to the camera. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Let's finish off 5.3. Well, I suppose it's time. Are you ready? Alright. Let's not keep the others waiting. Hold on, he actually is saying shit? Ah, Mr. Tafter. I've but this moment shown your associates in. Strange to think I'll not have the honour of showing them out again. I'm informed that you yourself may yet return, and I look forward to welcoming you on that happy day. Now, if you would care to follow me. I'm so used to him saying the same line that threw me for a loop. Ah, there you are. I take it you are ready for your journey? The spirit vessels are primed and our company complete. At a word from you, we shall begin. Upon beginning the soul-imbuing ritual, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Very good. I shall distribute the vessels at once. How is it that this is a requirement to do the last part of the Eden questline? I mean, obviously I've not started that yet, but it just seems odd.
All right then. Pray proceed as instructed, beginning with your memories.
That Thancred is going to be back on the source for the last tier of the Eden raids.
The first step is complete, and all appeareth to be in order.
Well, that just leaves our souls then.
Yeah, no biggie. What could possibly go wrong?
We're in your hands, Angelo.
He doesn't have hands. He has trotters. You're all fucked.
It is done! The vessels have received of both their memories and their souls. I hereby entrust them to your care. They belong to you now. Just be sure to guard them well, yes?
That's right. So, first stop, Garlemald, yeah?
Won't it?
Our theories have held thus far. But I make no promises about what is to come. Even the greatest mages in history knew better than to transport a soul across the rift. We, my dear, are in unknown territory. Prepare as we might, we cannot account for all possibilities. And it is in such circumstances that accidents are wont to occur. Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
All safely stowed away? I do hope so. All that remains then is to step into the mirror. Go now, and safe travels.
Okay, slow motion had me thinking something was gonna happen. Hey, ladies. Guess who's home? Yeah, we better make sure that we've got the right crystal for each of them. Thinking about it, is there a way to tell? Though I do kind of like the thought of Thancred in Urianger's body, Urianger in Y'shtola, and things like that. It would be like Scooby-Doo 2. I can look at myself naked.
Did it? Are we?
We're home.
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're all back.
Thank you. My body feels like a sack of potatoes, but otherwise, I've never felt better. That said, I doubt any of us will be fit to travel for some while. May we leave the rest to you?
The vessel beareth our comrades' blood. With it in thy possession, the way will surely open before thee.
Time to go get our cat boy.
What? But you've only just got here.
Tataru, might I trouble you to brew us all a pot of your special tea? Ah, and we may require an extra cup.
Okay, we're already inside.
Yours is a long road, my friend, and it stretches onto places beyond imagining.
Ding.
With your every step, these grand adventures shall grow more distant and faint.
Oh.
And there may come a day when you forget the faces and voices of those you have met along the way. On that day, I bid you remember this. That no matter how far your journey may take you, you stand where you stand by virtue of the road you walked to get there. For in times of hardship, when you fear you cannot go on, the joy you have known, the pain you have felt, the prayers you have whispered and answered, they shall ever be your strength and your comfort.
Where's my cat boy? Presumably in the ocular.
This I hope, I believe, here at memory's end.
Some days later. Have we spent days inside the Crystal Tower? Looking sleepy there. Wait, I've seen this! This is an actual...
What is it, Alize? Are you alright? Do you still feel under the weather?
I thought this was fan animation!
Physically, I couldn't be better. Thanks to Kryle's ministrations, I'm already looking forward to our next fight. But seriously, don't you have anything to say about that?
No less impressive than our garments. You've outdone yourself, Tataru.
To give credit where it's due, I had help from a certain fiery pixie who visited me in my dreams. They gave me all the information I needed to get the details just right. For your weapons, though, I needed a lot more help. Thankfully, our favorite heads of state were happy to place their finest craftsmen at my exclusive disposal. Oh, and speaking of the Alliance leaders, they all expressed their unreserved elation at your safe return, and promise to come and see you in person as soon as they can.
They really needn't have gone to such trouble. But we'll be keeping these gifts all the same. Do pass on our gratitude.
Is she upset that she doesn't get her goodies?
I realise we haven't taken up new martial arts, nor have I ever been one to set much store by appearances. But I can't help feeling a certain lack of, I don't know, personal development.
You can tell that they were going crazy with the
quite
animations.
Understand. But as you observed, the others had the more pressing need. Rest assured, our turn will come.
I legitimately thought this was a fan animation when I've seen like clips of this before.
If I expend any more ether, I swear I will blink out of existence. I need a bite to eat.
About some Archon life.
Tataru, a cup of tea, if you would be so kind. And something sweet.
By Mistress Kryle's exhausted state, may I assume that the ward hath been restored?
Indeed. We succeeded in weaving it anew, albeit at a slightly diminished potency than when I had Becklug's assistance. It is no cause for concern, though. The tower is not easily reached, never mind breached. And even should some few succeed, their presence won't escape my notice.
Excellent. Said duty thus discharged, thou art free to go wheresoever thy fancy taketh thee. Upon which note, hast thou perchance come to a decision? The offer remaineth open.
Well, if you're certain that's what you... I mean, if you think
Bruh, really?
Right. I accept. Henceforth, I shall count myself a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Grahatir, at your service. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But, like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
Help! Somebody help!
Oh. The animations, man.
Hippogriffs! Hippogriffs on the rampage! A giant flock of them! Please, we need help!
I could do with a little rampage myself.
What? Now wait, just a... Here we go again.
Oh, cartridges.
I will join the fray when I've finished my tea.
Thus did the Avatar of Destruction descend, and in her wake leave naught but tears and ash.
And then, one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me, in the flesh. So it was that a new adventure began.
Oh, okay, this isn't inside the Crystal Tower. I got a bit confused for a second there.
The memory of a dying world's end. Night after night. And I thought it but a tired old dream.
I say, I knew that securing the palace would provide your radiance with depressingly little sport, but that you should fall asleep out of boredom. Splendid, truly splendid. And my own preparations, you will be pleased to hear, proceed apace.
Who are you? Are you the new Elizabeth?
Oh, yes. They proceed very well indeed. Frighteningly so. And we owe it not least of all to this singularly useful body I chanced to find. With the Populares now all but destroyed, it will be the simplest of tasks to discredit their groundless assertions that I met with a grisly end. And as the very much alive Lord of House Brutus, I have a vast fortune at my disposal. Ah, money, 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 the great motivator. There is simply no better way to move men and expedite plans than with its alluring glint. Would you not agree? But wait, were we not acquainted, you and I?
It's gonna be Tsukiyomi's brother? Yeah.
Should our familiarity cause you distress, I beg your forgiveness.
But who...
What did you say your name was?
Oh, a dagger through my heart! That my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled, to live unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh. So it goes. Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel now. And I, faithful Fandaniel, labor only to advance my lord's ambitions.
Fandaniel? Who the fuck?
Speaking of which, with the palace in our hands, we may now proceed with the next phase of the plan. But how very odd. Despite all our havoc-wreaking, old Elidibus did not deign to appear. Dare I hope?
Guess he's one of the new
that
generation
the
of
last
Asians?
of the unsundered is gone. Imagine it! Bound no more by the shackles of mouldering memories of damnable duty, free at last to live for the moment!
They really went ham with these animations, and I'm living for it.
Your radiance. But give the word, and I shall go forth and prepare for you your hunting ground.
That which awaited was a fell beast. Ferocious, ravenous, remorseless.
Do as you will. It has been too long, my friend, and insufferably dull in your absence. When you return to me, you will share everything. Every blow will be a story unto itself. Every triumph, every kill. Rest assured, we shall have a fitting stage for our reunion. Oh yes, to reprise that transcendent moment, I will set this world ablaze. And we shall dance before the pyre.
The beast shall kindle the flames of the apocalypse.
Why are you following me?
Eva Addison, thank you for the follow.
Into its domain shall the hero set forth for the final chapter in the tale of this star.
Awesome. Ah, you're back. Tell me, do you think I was excessively familiar earlier? In my tone and mannerism? I thought it better to be familiar than formal if we are to be comrades. Now I worry I may have detracted from the gratitude and respect I harbour for everyone. Perhaps we might consider it a nod to my regrettably less than humble beginnings. Yes, that'll do. Being free to live as one pleases is not without its challenges. In a way, it was easier when I had a mission that consumed my every waking moment. It provided me with a focus, a constant push in a singular direction. By the way, was casting spells always so draining? I've quite forgotten what it was like to do it without the tower. I've rarely felt so exhausted. Or hungry. Yet if all I did was bend the bow, I'd be of limited use to you on your adventures, so I shall persevere. Whoever I might have been before, I am now a scion, and an inexperienced scion at that, a green initiate, eager to learn how best to contribute to the cause, as he might follow in the footsteps of his inspiration. I mean, we don't have a bard. Grahatir's now available as a trust companion. Nice. Now, real quick. Well, potentially not real quick. But there is a BA run that started about 15 minutes ago. So... let's go have a look. It's over on light, but I might be able to get a second soup today. I mean, I don't know if they're actually in BA yet. Because with OVNI memes, they might not be. I need the soup. Okay, they're not even in BA yet. They've not even killed Ovni yet. Okay, well, that makes it easy for me to know how far they are. I kind of expected them to be at least in BA by this point, but it's the way that things happen. Ovni rarely spawns immediately. Okay, it's not dying too quickly, we'll definitely get a couple of hits, which is pretty much all it's going to take. Sweet crystals. Okay, well, we've got about half an hour before soup. Okay. I could wait and do some notorious monsters. By the looks of it, Luke might be spawnable. Never mind, they were here for the fairy. Let's have a look if there's a tracker. If there is, we'll let that decide. There is a tracker. How much shit is dead on it, though? Very little. Very little is dead on it. Ooh. I'll probably stay in and do some Eureka then. Which wasn't my plan. It just kind of happened that I thought, oh, You know, they'll probably... It's probably about 10 minutes until soup. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Because either I can do Fates, or I can dip out, and I could do... Well, I could do Fates. But I could do Heaven's Ward Fates in order to get more memories so that I can do another... I can do the Warrior Stage 2 Bosnian Relic, so that then I can accept the quest for the 3rd stage. Hey Misty, how you doing? Because otherwise I can't get bitter memories of the dying. You're doing good. You may be falling for someone. Oh. How about me? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. The house is a lot more sorted out, which is nice. I still need to deal with the kitchen and the, like, utility room or laundry closet. But once I've dealt with those 2 rooms, then the house is, like, entirely dealt with, and all of Neff's crap will be in her room. And pantless photo. Hey, I made sure I was wearing pants. That reflection is PG. I posted a picture of... I put up some disc plates behind my TV, and I took a picture of it and put it on Discord. But there's a reflection from the TV where you can see me sat on my sofa. It's entirely safe for work. It's fine. But it cannot be PG. This is true. Subscribe to my OnlyFans. That's right, I don't have an OnlyFans. I have an OnlyFan, because there's just one person. It's just Misty. I'm just waiting for the BA folks to start entering, because once they do, I can start spawning stuff. Attention. Okay, well that's most of them in, if not all. Let's see if we can spawn loot. Sorry after, but I can only be like a I forgot to activate Plate Bearer. I think the red mage is coming. Rit indeed. It's fine though. I'll get rezzed. It's fine. I might even have multiple people coming to res me. Help. Help. Help me. I mean, that's the tank, so they can't res me. And I think the red mage is getting the buff, which is fine. So long as they then... Please. Please. Please, sir, may I have a res? Please. Please. Before you die. Oh God. Okay, the summoner's coming now. Please. Someone, anyone, my savior! My savior! Okay, this time activate plague. Should really be working on Goldmar, but I assume that's what other people are on. And Goldie is kind of annoying to have too many people on. You might not want to be healing me, bud. I appreciate it, but you might not want to do that. How come my... Okay, there we go. Was it just that I had no mana? Thank you for the cures. Let me wait a moment for my mana to regenerate. And then we'll pull again. Oh hey! I just realized twinsies. Okay, an immediate crash, because I realized we were twinning. friends. Tanks. A bard that's getting fucked. A bard that is again getting fucked. What are they? Oh, they're fighting the couple of them. Goldie! I play this game so little with the sound turned on that I forgot that this was the soundtrack for the this mount. QB. Well, like I said, we do now need less than 1,000 crystals from Hydatos before we are 100% finished with it. I need 950. Which, given the fact that I think I've gotten about 200 today, isn't that bad. We can definitely do that by the end of February. Which, you know, is my only goal. I want to have finished Eureka in its entirety by the end of February to prepare for Monster Hunter Wilds. And potentially we could have started Bosnia by that point, but I don't mind picking Bosnia up after Monster Hunter. Basically, it's just to free me up. So that off stream I can farm monsters in Monster Hunter instead of doing Eureka. Because I'm kind of sick of Eureka at this point. The fact that I'm so nearly done, though, makes it not too bad. I need to get my level up in Bosnia, and I need to farm a bunch of basically all the memories so that we can do phase 2 of the resistance weapons, and I can complete more relics in phase 1. that the Gaia set? It is. Not that I've met that NPC yet. But that, as a dye job, looks pretty good, actually. I like that. The other thing is that after Monster Hunter, it might be time for us to start Endwalker. Okay, I probably need to restart my game soon, because I think I have like 4 errors. Because yes, those are apparently fatal errors happening. So in fact, as we've not got anything spawned, let's just do that real quick. So say bye-bye. It is effectively Alt F4ing, but it's even quicker than Alt F4ing. Oh, apparently there's a discount on Final Fantasy XI. Oh, that's something else that I need to do. There's the Valentine's event. Come on. Let me back in. I suppose it's my turn to revive Ara Ara. And Luke just popped. Nice. Probably a good idea to do that. where are they up to? I know they've killed Art and Owain, which I'd fucking hope they had. But they've not put anything about Raiden in the chat yet. This is one of the benefits of being in all of the major BA Discords. Although LFG is the one that I have the most sight in, because I'm one of the recognised party leads in it. Despite the fact that it's on light and I play on chaos. You run enough support fates and that's what you get. Delicious, delicious crystals. Tried to heal them. We could do Barong. Barong, Sito, Providence Watcher. They're all up. Oh, Soup's up. Yeah, we'll do Suit, then I'll dip out and start the weapon quest line, I guess. I need more people to play the game with. I'm sure if I put a party finder together, I could find some people that would be happy to run me through the Eden raids quick enough, but watching all the cutscenes and stuff, I don't know. Okay, soup will bring us up to, what, 146? Okay. I might stick around for one more fate, just that then I can end the day on less than 900 crystals remaining. Spawn it. There it is. I normally don't get to capitalize on many of the soups held over the weekend because I'm usually streaming something else. So when it just so happened that we finished 5.3's MSQ in time, I thought just in time to catch this soup. I couldn't not. There are like 4 runs tomorrow and another 4 on Sunday, which I probably won't get to do any of. But that's fine. Did anyone bring Dispel? Yes, good. Crystals. Probably quicker to head this way. Yeah, we'll stick around for one more fate just so that I can get below 900 crystals remaining. How long? How long is the quest line for the weapon trials? And the wiki wants to load. You thought something was buzzing in your ear, you even took out the headphones. Was there buzzing? The quest line is the sorrow of Werlyt. Okay. There was a mosquito sound for a bit. I may have been passing by a bug enemy and I just have drowned it out. Oh. Frostmourne. That'll do. So, at least on paper, as a list, the weapon quests don't seem to be that many. There's only 6. Yeah, that might not take too long. I have no idea how long the trials will take, but... I can queue into them as healer, which might help. I'll probably also do them on light, because light tends to have more active people. And with that, we did it. I now need 897 more crystals. So I need to head to the Alamegan Quarter, I believe, to start this questline. Yes, I do. Ruby Doomsday! Oh, after. Glad you could make it. As you may have heard, Commander Alden has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that the soldiers stationed there are too chuffed about being on the front lines against these new weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, they'd make short work of us mere mortals as well. Mind you, it's Gaius Baelsar and his followers who've led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been given as good as they get. Unfortunately, their sorties have met with little success. I dare say they'd benefit greatly from your presence on the battlefield. If you're ready, my colleagues over at Porta Praetoria will show you the way. Okay. You know what I should do that I've not done in a while? Fucking stand up. I can also use this as an excuse to grab a drink. Good. Oh. Okay, maybe I just shouldn't tilt my head back. Maybe that would be a smart idea. On your way to headquarters, I take it. Oh, yeah, of course. The way to Gimlet Dark as well. So, your mind is set, and I shall apprise you of the situation. We've discovered the previously abandoned Ultima Weapon project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They have already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name, the Ruby Weapon. Severo and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt that ended in failure, alas. Based on our knowledge of the original Ultima Weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating. They barely left a mark. We suspect the gifts of its predecessor may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima Weapon was designed to absorb ether from icons, and the Ruby Weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprisings in Garlemald-occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that can be extended and it contracted at will. In the face of such opposition, we were forced to withdraw. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby Weapon's onslaught. Even now, he struggles to stand. Damn it all! If I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let us not forget that I am the one who initiated the Ultima Weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. We all know that asking for After's assistance presents the best chance for stopping that war machina. 'Tis true that if anyone were capable of putting down such a monstrosity, 'twould be her. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? Of course. I'm not one to back down from a fight. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We've received word the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. That is where we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the ruby weapon will be among their host. Should it break through our lines, there's no telling the devastation it'll wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Once you've steeled yourself for battle ahead, your escort will lead the way. What price must the world pay for my hubris? A short while earlier, in the Garlean-occupied city of Werlyt's Magitech installation. Well, there's the ruby weapon. Commencing ruby weapon activation sequence. All units, stand by. Initiating synthetic aurosite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. I'm sorry. Is this Pacific Rim? And they're wearing the late Allegan set. Ruby weapon, codenamed Darnus, ready for launch. Darnus? Nail Van Darnus? The main boss of 1.0 and the boss of the first Binding Coil of Bahamut? Baldolin has briefed me on your mission. I'm to take you as far as our expected point of contact with the ruby weapon. Once we arrive, the rest is up to you, I'm afraid. Okay. I have absolutely no idea what to expect. Well, that's not entirely true. I have a slight idea of what to expect, but that's mainly because of fighting Ruby Weapon in Final Fantasy VII, and it's been a fucking while since I've done that. Less than 5 minutes, yeah, we can wait. Ugh. Although speaking of Final Fantasy VII, I now have a little statue of the Buster Sword embedded in a rock on my shelf. I'm still waiting. In fact, I think it's going to be delivered tomorrow, but I'm still waiting on the 3D printed Kingdom Hearts chest that I ordered. I think that should arrive tomorrow. And that'll be good. The shadows on the log fence are kind of a little bit messed up. But it's just because of the light being put off from the entrance. Yeah. That's better. I mean, whilst I'm waiting, I could go and do some fates for the resistance weapons. I might only get 1 or 2 done, but watch, this is where it says less than 5 minutes and it takes me 20 minutes to get into the trial. There's a surprising number of people here doing fates. On Chaos, the Churning Mists is a little bit of a... I suppose it is a Friday. It is a Friday. I'm used to Heaven's Ward zones being pretty empty. There it is. DPS. Should be a full party. There we go. Mark III Anti-Icon War Machina. The Ruby Weapon. Enemy detected. Commencing attack. I don't know what is gonna happen. Just don't. Oh! Final Fantasy XIV style pop-ups. we have mostly Ravens. Liquefaction. I see. That's probably something I don't want to be standing in, right? Yeah, I had a feeling. Spinny wheel of death. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't have double stacked those. Oh, I see. That's how it works. Okay. Okay. So, back to buff, attack, try and remember how to play Astro, which is always a little bit of an interesting time. Dancer gets it. Fuck it. I did it! I'm learning. Okay, so now it's doing Raven's Flight. Just gonna start out there. I did it. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. It couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, it's doing this one again. Oh no. Undermine instead of liquefaction. Subverting expectations, understood. It doesn't matter, it's gonna die. Is there another phase? Everyone, this is the end for me. Activating Oversoul. There is a second phase. Synthetic Aurosite switching to Oversoul mode. Loading data sample. Darnus combat data ready. Initiating organic core overwrite? Oh, it is. No, I'm not nailed. I am... Okay, but this is specifically the nail that we fought in the Binding Coils. So it's female nail. Okay. I know even less what to expect now. Raging ethers gather in the firmament. Raven's image. Here's the thing. I think this assumes that I have done Binding Coils sync. Maybe. Dalamud is reborn? Dalamud begins its descent. Oh, shit! Dalamud is for... Oh, that didn't do as much as I thought it was going to. I thought that was going to do a lot more damage. Magitech Meteor. I was trying to get there. Okay. I don't quite rightly know what just happened. Am I suggesting that this fight might trigger some PTSD for people who raided during A Realm Reborn? Maybe. I don't know what could possibly give that impression. You know, certainly not the fact that it's, you know, one of the main bosses from... Oh, no, even I know that's a bad idea. You want to split them. Yeah, you really want to split them. I'm a healer, I can't do it. We don't have a Gobu wall to protect us. And I have a feeling we're gonna wipe because we've not killed these. You don't think the good boy wall would help here? Hey, you never know. I'm confused why we separated them the first time, but then they didn't do it that time. It would probably help if I remembered that I'm playing... Oh, crap. Or error. It would probably help if I remembered that I was playing Astro. And, you know, all of the stuff that Astro do. But I'm not very good. Not just at Astro, but just in general. I'm not very good. Doesn't help that they rework Astro each expansion, pretty much. I mean... yeah. It certainly doesn't make things easy for me. Although I think I do prefer the current Astro over the previous version. Although it's less fitting with the theme of the class. Sigil hunting for the 6% divination wasn't your jam? I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't really play Astro much prior to starting this character. And I only started this character a year ago. Before doing this character, I was a white mage main who also leveled ninja, but I never got past Shadowbringers, really. Like, I am further now on this character than I was on my previous. Okay, now we're done. I'm confused how they have battle data for Nail from Binding Coil. If that was male Nail, it would make more sense, because it would make sense that they have that data, because he was the leader of the 7th before the events of 1.0. Not sure how familiar I am with Astro from Shadowbringers era. Slightly, but I never leveled it very high. I tried it, but I never got it very high. But when I played, I've been playing on and off for about 10 years, and I mean very on and off, a lot of off. So I started my first character when Heavensward was still new, but I only got up to about level 35, I think, and I was a summoner. So I remember when you had cross-class skills. I remember when you had Stone Skin and Protect and things like that. I then stopped playing and picked it back up again when Shadowbringers was just coming out. I think I beat A Realm Reborn and got into the very beginning of Heavensward. I don't think I got much further than that. Then I stopped playing again and picked it up about 18 months ago. Got my character, picked up my old character, which was a male aura, fanted it into a female aura, Lizard Girl, who is my retainer on this character, and played through until post Shadowbringers, but I was skipping almost all of the story. Started this character last year in February, so it has literally been about a year since we started it, and this character has been getting doing all of the MSQ, reading all the cutscenes, blah 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 blah, doing all the trials, doing all the raids, all the alliance raids, doing all of the relics, and all of that good stuff, and leveling every character. You needed sigils from your cards to buff your divination, and the sigils were random and people hated it. Effectively what it boiled down to. I think I remember Endwalker. Yeah, I must remember Endwalker Astro more because I've been playing that for the last year-ish. But I think I do prefer the current version over the Endwalker one. But it doesn't feel... Because there's no random element to it, it feels less in keeping with the class. But it's also easier to plan out what you're gonna do. Whereas before you were pulling a card, having to check what the fuck it was before you then played it. But it does feel like half of the cards are now almost useless, or are very situationally useful. Because you've got the mitigation, which can be helpful, but is... You've got the does extra healing, which is useful, but You've got the shield, which isn't great as a shield, because you can only use it once every 60 seconds, and it's not that powerful. And then you've got an extra regen effect, which is nice for when you want to stack regens, but you've already got so many other regens as Astro. So it's a bit But otherwise, you've got the one DPS card each redraw, and the rest you're just going to stack on your tank. But you don't. They're sort of like dumps. You don't think about them. You just dump them on your tank, so that you don't waste them. They could be, if they were more powerful, they could be really, really important of when you time to use them. But at the moment, they are literally just, oh, okay, I'm going to do my DPS, and then either I won't use the other cards, or I'm just going to dump them on the tank and forget about them. The major Arcana cards are still useful, though. But I kind of wish you could choose which of them. I kind of wish you had like the choice between the two of them each time you draw, and you could choose which one you wanted to do. So you could choose. You had to choose between doing damage or healing, but you had the option to select which one, regardless of if you were in the astral or umbral draw. Whereas at the minute, it's dictated by which draw you do. You're then locked into doing that. But like sometimes it would be nice to have an extra AoE heal, and sometimes it's nice to be able to do more damage. But if you're in that draw but you're not in a situation where you want to use it, like having that AoE heal and then not using it feels like a waste to then draw to get your DPS cards back and everything. Job having a piece of kit that allows people to express different playstyles. Not in my Final Fantasy XIV. Fair point. But Astro is potential. Well, no, Sage is probably the healer that I'm worst at. But I am originally a healer main, which you can see from when I play Red Mage or a tank. I don't. I'm tank anxiety. But because I've healed the content, I know what a tank can do. I'm just not necessarily a good enough tank to do it. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable. As ever, an impressive display. Though, as I'm sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If their research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. Who the fuck are you? Why aren't you wearing pants? Here to sift through the remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Ali, what do you think you're doing? Ali? Father? It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Given that the Empire is proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads into Eorzea, I suppose it was only a matter of time until our paths crossed. It's wonderful to see you again, Father. Although I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's happened, but I'm glad you're alright. And now, you can come back to Garlemald with us. My days serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varys. But we know you'd never do a thing like that. There must be a way to prove your innocence. Then everything can go back to the way it was. Interesting that they're all aura. So he found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through World. Lucky for you, eh? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us three, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd still be begging on street corners if it weren't for him. Just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army? I don't think that's such a good idea. Everyone in Werlyt was scared of the Guardians. Why would we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in? Is this the first time that we've seen children or our children? Not that that's particularly... No. The kid in Armorang. He's Aura. Alright. If I become a soldier... If becoming a soldier's what it'll take, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in. And maybe one day people will look up to us like we do Lord Gaius. Then it's settled. From now on, we're all brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. Brothers and sisters? Then that would make Lord Gaius our father. Well, if he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. And that makes you our big brother, since you're the oldest. You better be nice to us, or I'm telling father. Okay, so Alphonse is the eldest. Father, since you went away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. If we'd known that you were still out there, still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... If you must go, I'll not stop you. But answer me this. Who was piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nael Vandarnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was... Melisandre. No. No, I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you. To all of you. We only want to finish what you started. While we will never forget all you have done for us, the next time we meet, it shall be as enemies. Goodbye, Father. Talk about daddy issues. I mean, it wouldn't be a Final Fantasy without daddy issues. As for you, hero of Eorzea, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. I swear it. Sid. Been a hot minute. Well, well, Gaius van Baelsar. We meet again. Come to see how your precious weapon project's been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on the ruby weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be inside the cockpit. I'll ask Voldalin to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who this Melisandre is? An imperial crony of his, perhaps? One of the orphans? Gaius always did have an eye for talent and a mind to nurture it. In fact, Livia Sass Junus was another protege of his. Someone else I've murdered. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor project. It's strange that I felt closer to Gaius than my own flesh and blood. Then, my father and countless others lost their lives in the Boccia incident. Although he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I begged him to reconsider, to put an end to this madness, but my words fell on deaf ears. That's when I turned to Gaius for support, but he was as much a pawn of the Emperor as my father and refused to intervene. And when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more, for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest. But when we met at the Praetorium, all that hatred that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remembered the man I once respected. To think the dreaded Black Wolf was a mere plaything of the Ascians, who left him broken and disgraced, having spent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hang in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'd best gather what information I can on the ruby weapon, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Sid is as I remember him. It will not take long for him to finish investigating the ruins of the ruby weapon. He never was one to waste time. Oh, I just realized we wiped twice, right? There we go. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but if Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. Death would have been a kindness. In all my years, I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been spent in pure agony as her very life's essence was drained from her. So she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. We must act quickly if we are to prevent the Empire from committing further atrocities. Is there any other information you can share with us regarding the ruby weapon prior to its deactivation? Nail Vandanus. Did the Legatus mean that much to Melisandre? From what I gather, it sounds as if data based on Nail's combat capabilities was used to override the pilot's consciousness after she was fused with the core. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance won't stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? That's... A similar method of transference was used on the prototype Estinian fort, was it not? Your friend did mention he overheard the signiferi loading various sets of data into the test model during the battle. It would appear the system has been improved since then. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analysed the wreckage of the ruby weapon. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results. But in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. For once, I agree with you. Yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who was supposedly killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There is one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry out a more thorough investigation first. Several provide support while you're in the field. Not only is she extremely well versed in the latest Ingalian technology, there are few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. In the meantime, Valdolin and I will follow the ruby weapon's tracks back to its point of origin. We'll learn what we can of the weapon project and the manner in which Alphonse and the others are involved. Should we uncover anything of value, we'll relay it to the troops stationed here. For now, I suggest you use this lull in Garlean activity to recuperate. Would I be correct in guessing that this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial Masters, I will kill you. Saves me a job. So, you put down the ruby weapon. So I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mind. Suppose I should report news of your victory to the higher-ups. I realise you must have been through quite the ordeal, but could you give me a quick summary of the battle? You make it sound so easy from the way you tell it. Anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. I'll put all of this into a report and leave a copy over there, should you fancy a bit of light reading. Anyway, I expect you've got more pressing matters to take care of, like going for a celebratory pint. If the Garleans pluck up the courage to come knocking again, we'll let you know. Until then, rest up. Sweet. Well, what I am going to do is go for a quick toilet break. But then we will be back. Or not. There could be a cutscene. Meanwhile, in the Werlyt Magitech installation. Okay, so the next weapon. We should have told him the truth. He'd be able to help us. I know he would. That's exactly the problem, Ali. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, find some way to interfere. We've come too far to back down now. I won't let Melisandre's death be in vain. Even if that means going against Father's wishes. Cheer up, Alphonse. We can all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be just like old times. If only it were that simple. There's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. Excuse me? I think you're forgetting whose turn it is next. Oh, ye of little faith. With me at the helm of the Sapphire weapon, it'll be over before you know it. Okay, I think I understand. He's going to be the pilot of the Sapphire one, and then the green-haired one's going to be the pilot of the Emerald weapon, aren't they? Although, that would have made more sense if Melisandre had red hair. She was blonde. So maybe not. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back to us. I couldn't bear to lose you too. Okay, now we'll go for a quick toilet break. Be right back. Whoops. Feast your eyes on the likeness of the Crimson Conqueror, the Vermilion Villain, the Scarlet Scoundrel, the one and only Ruby Weapon. As I am sure you remember, its most prominent characteristic were its impregnable armor plating, adroitly depicted here, and its long, flexible claws, which are, well, you'll just have to imagine those for now. The head and arched neck are somewhat reminiscent of a ravenous void scent, which may be the result of having absorbed a primal, possibly even one summoned by those resisting the Empire. In that sense, it could even be considered an ally of sorts. Ah, there I go, getting carried away as usual. I can tell you've absorbed about as much information as you can handle for now. So why don't we fire up the real virtuality combat simulation experience-nator? You'd best brace yourself, because even I don't know what's going to happen. Totems earned in the Sorrow of Werlyt can be exchanged for gear and other items by speaking with Sintana in Revenant's Toll. Oh, okay. So that's the first of the weapons down. Nice. Ready to head out? Let's go! Severa? Good, you're here. The Ironworks have completed their analysis of the Ruby weapon, and Sid wishes to share his findings. Take it you can spare a few moments? Good. Please wait here while I inform him of your arrival. Glad you could make it. I'm sure you're as anxious as anyone to hear what we've uncovered. Our early hypotheses were proven correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby a pilot's consciousness can be forcibly supplanted with data based on the memories and experiences of another. So, even a rank amateur could obtain combat capabilities of a seasoned warrior. Precisely. And we learned how this was made possible when we opened the cockpit. The monitors were still operational, and among the messages displayed one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Orosight system. Which is what exactly? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabik by the Asians. We believe it to have been a type of Orosight. Can't say much for the synthetic sort at this stage, but I've encountered real Orosight before. It was extremely potent, perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabik. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possesses the same properties as the genuine Orosight, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. What we do know is that it was used to implant the combat data of Nael Vandarnis into the pilot, who's been presumed dead since before the Calamity. Are you any closer to discovering how they were able to retrieve this data? The link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me of devices fitted to the Magitech armor of the Empire's high-ranking officers. There's reason to believe they were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Yeah, that was rumoured to be its true purpose, but it was never publicly acknowledged. perhaps those in the upper echelons of command wanted to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they were meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether this system even functions as intended. From what we've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether? However, it seems that it extracted not only memories related to combat, but the soldier's very essence. As you saw, the pilot succumbed entirely to the will of Vandanis. Though this is merely supposition, it's possible that being fused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased Legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be that the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunction? It's hard to say. The ruby weapon itself was still largely intact when it deactivated, which strongly implies that it was the synthetic auracite running amok that killed her, rather than the damage incurred during the battle. But even after our analysis, I'm afraid we still don't have enough information. For now, perhaps we should consult with Gaius as to our next plan of action. Valdolan has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon's path back to the occupied territory of Werlyt, which appears to be where it was built. My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Care to enlighten me? While Alamigo is placed on the western edge of Gimlet, Werlyt lies on the opposite side, the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city, until it was brought to its knees by the Imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Perhaps I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It is also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the weapon project has brought them home. Yes, the place is now rife with Imperials. They've established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they can launch an offensive. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle, and in all likelihood their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we're able to secure a vessel. Or you could use the Enterprise and take the most direct route of all, as the crow flies. In fact, this is a perfect chance to put my top-secret plan into action. And might I ask what that entails? It wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? What I can say is there's a starring role planned for you after. Why so surprised? You didn't think I'd let you get off that easy, did you? It'll be here soon, so don't go anywhere. Oh, good. I see Sid still delights in keeping others in suspense. I can only hope he does not make us wait over long. Okay, so this is a level sync section. He's made his own Ultima weapon. Here it is, Arthur. I present Garlond Ironworks' adaptation of the Ultima weapon, the G Warrior. A no elegant design when I see it. Excavated from one of their ruins, no doubt. Emet-Selch, to be precise. We came across it during the course of our investigations and decided it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. You'll be taking this refitted relic to face the enemy head-on, yes? Perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it, as it happens. But first, we'll need to perform a test run in the simulator before throwing you into battle. Come, we haven't much time. So did this just turn into a mech game? Are we gonna have to do some, like, Armored Core bullshit? Also, if you found this in Emet-Selch, where was... But... Oh, it actually is. Okay. Let's begin the G-Warrior training simulation. I've prepared 3 trials to teach you the basics. First, I want you to try attacking the guidance system. Don't worry, it won't fight back. The G-Warrior is armed with a range of weaponry. Now's your chance to learn what it's capable of. I was kidding when I said Armored Core. But no, this is basically Armored Core. Actually, with this color scheme, it looks more like Phantasy Star Online. Or Xenoblade. Yeah, true, it's also very Evangelion. I really need to watch that at some point. Like, I know random bits about it, but I've never actually watched it. I don't know if I'd be able to make it through. You made it through 5 episodes and then dropped it. Yeah, don't blame you. Let's move on to something a bit more advanced, shall we? The G-Warrior also comes equipped with a Pyretic Booster, which diverts even more power to its weapons. This, however, comes at a price. Activating it places a huge strain on the G-Warrior, so it should only be used for short bursts. That's why it's best to practice here before heading into battle. Try activating the Pyretic Booster. You'll notice your movement speed is much improved, but as shown on your monitor, the G-Warrior becomes more and more something. To deactivate the booster, press the same button again. Auto restoration can mitigate a certain amount of damage incurred, but don't rely on it to carry you through battle. Now, try using the Pyretic Booster to destroy the enemy. You can understand what people see in it, but you also can't stomach some of the characters in it. I can understand that, because I'm pretty sure there's a scene where someone jerks off over a sleeping woman. I think that is canonically a thing that happens. Yeah. If that's not Evangelion, that's something adjacent to Evangelion. Because I know that there's, like, Evangelion R, is it? Or Neo Evangelion? Oh. I'm not much of a mech guy, to be honest. Gurren Lagann. I think that's been the mech anime that I have enjoyed the most. And that's because the fact that it's a mech is the least important thing about that series. You're not gonna lie, you watched Infinite Stratos and that was far more enjoyable than Evangelion was. I don't think I know Infinite Stratos. Thank you, Dishwasher Liquid ad. We've covered offense, now to look at defense. This is where the ethereal Aegis should come in handy. Unfortunately, you can't keep the barrier up indefinitely as it will drain the G-Warrior's power reserves. First, let's try deploying the ethereal Aegis. The monitor shows how much power is being drained. Don't let it get too low. For the last trial, we'll use the ethereal Aegis while attempting to destroy the target. As far as mech anime goes, you think Code Geass has been your favourite. Fair. I just don't watch that many mech animes. I think Gurren Lagann is probably the main one that I remember. I could have stopped it. I don't watch many animes. Oh, but I do watch a fair bit of anime. But I tend to like isekai and slice of life or romance comedies. Like Komi Can't Communicate is one of my favorite recent animes. So much so that I have read almost all of it as manga. Got like, I think the most recent 5 chapters because it's just recently finished. But yeah, some of the shit that's made now is just sucks. But I really like Komi Can't Communicate. Dress Up Darling was really good. I watched that not too long ago. Quintessential Quintuplets was good. I quite like Sword Art Online, especially the first season, and especially the part where they are being basically parents when they're taking a break from war. I quite like that. Blue Exorcist, although I haven't watched season 3 yet. Blue Exorcist I really like. Demon Slayer is great. Yeah. Most recent things that you've watched, Dan Da Dan and Blue Lock. Is Blue Lock the sport one? That football? I need to watch Dan Da Dan. But I have recently watched Berserk of Gluttony. Before that, it was the Osan Newbie Adventurer Trained to Death. My love story with Yamada-kun at level 999. Quality assurance in another world. That was quite funny. I enjoyed that. I started watching Arifureta, but that is still going on, so I need to wait until the current season is finished before I finish watching that. Quintessential Quintuplets was before that. This is all in like January. Masamune-kun's Revenge. That was quite good. Alia sometimes hides her feelings in Russian. That was very good. My Dress Up Darling. That was really, really good. Girlfriend, Girlfriend. I quite enjoyed that. Haganai. That one was a bit... Kaiju number 8 was pretty good. I liked that. Ninja Kamui had great animation. I don't think I've watched that. I watched Golden Kamui. Well, I watched most of that. I think there's a season or two I've not watched. A Sign of Affection was quite cute. That was about a deaf woman. That was quite cute. I don't think it was necessarily that great a depiction of a deaf woman, but it was quite good. Shikimori's Not Just a Cutie. That's another quite good one. Like there's... Okay, we fair enough. We are now going like a decent ways back. I tend to go through periods where I will watch a lot of anime and then I'll like take a break for a while and like I'll watch a bunch of stuff on YouTube or a bunch of stuff on Disney Plus or whatever. But at the moment I'm kind of going through another anime kick. Tomo-chan is a girl. That's quite good. Aharan Sawa Hakaranai is also quite good. But these are all like romance comedies. I'm trying to get back into action and isekais at the moment because I kind of been missing that actiony part of it. But I also watch quite a lot of stuff on YouTube. I watch very, very little Twitch because I prefer to watch stuff on demand. If I do watch streams, it tends to be the video on demand afterwards. And out of your love for Initial D, you couldn't leave MF Ghost behind. Don't know that one either. Like, I tend to be a season or two behind because I wait until like anime has finished its run and then I binge watch it, generally. So like, even the current anime that's going on, I've like added it to my watch list, but I won't actually go and watch it until after it's finished. But I have so many things to catch up on. MF Ghost, continuation of Initial D, effectively. Fair enough. Or a modern day Initial D, whichever way you want to look at it. Fair. But yeah, I need to start watching My Hero Academia again as well, because I really, really enjoyed that. But I stopped watching it at a certain point because there was a plan. I wanted to get my ex into it. So like I stopped. I had been watching it subbed, so I stopped watching it. so that we could then start it again dubbed with her, but then she never really went for it, so I just stopped watching it for no reason. But I need to get back into that. But I've been watching stuff dubbed recently so that I can still keep playing games and stuff. Mostly. But I'll watch... I used to watch entirely subbed. Except for Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, because of nostalgia, I have to watch it dubbed, no matter what. Because it just feels wrong subbed. I used to not be able to watch dubbed. But because I want to watch stuff whilst doing things, you can't really do that with subbed. Dragon Ball and Cowboy Bebop. Oh, I can watch Cowboy Bebop subbed. But Dragon Ball has to be dubbed just because of nostalgia. Anyway, that was a rant about anime. Are you sufficiently prepared? Let's go. let's go do a mech battle. Then we shall depart for Turncliffe at once. But yeah, dubs now are much better than they used to be like 5-10 years ago. Although I do kind of want to watch the Ghost Hunters dub. So this is Sapphire Weapon, the one that gets shot by the cannon in Junon. It seems they were expecting us. But who's the pilot? We're almost there. Better have your wits about you. G-Warrior, do the thing! You were just about to ask about Ghost Stories. That dub is wild. Yeah, I've seen some clips, but I haven't actually watched it yet. But I'm interested in, like, it. I love Team 4 Star's, like, abridged series of Dragon Ball. And then there's also a Sword Art Online abridged that is still currently going. Which, forget if that's something Witty Productions or Grimjack. But, like, the Ghost Stories dub seems like an unhinged fan dub, like one of the abridged series. But it's the official dub. And it's ridiculous. So I feel like I have to watch that at some point. Just for how ridiculous it is. Now, get ready to strike. It's time to fry this overgrown squid. If I took a screenshot of just that, there is nothing here to tell you that this is Final Fantasy right now. And save some for me. For research purposes, that is. It's time to go fight a kaiju. We're drift compatible. I wouldn't be surprised if this is what Final Fantasy XVII is like. After how different they went with making 16 a Devil May Cry clone. Final Fantasy XVII is just an Armored Core clone. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Activating immediately. Hydra's combat sample ready. Initiating organic... Wait, the other Legatus? No! I can't hold on! He's the Legatus from Heavensward. I'll be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow my instructions and eliminate the target. How little they cared about Sapphire Weapon. The pilot is a no-name grunt, even though we know who's in it. It's Rex, right? Well, well. It seems the savages have been busy. Must have absorbed an aquaticator. Be sure to use Pyretic Booster. Good point. Uh-oh. We are suffering a little bit from Bloodborne-itis. My likeness reborn in cerulean flames. Yep. It's that Ultima. Use the Ethereal Aegis. Spell without parallel. Ultima. Such devastation was not my intention. It's preparing to strike. Oh! Is this AoE? Yes! Yes, that's AoE! The turrets are preparing to self-destruct. Destroy them! I'm trying! That was the wrong attack. I got him! I did it! Activate. Is there about to be a set of iron claws? Oh, no. Okay, it's just these guys. Ow! Optimized Ultima. Oh, they were out of range. Wait, side rays? I knew it. It's going splody again. Oh. That was easy. Simultaneous activation. Urgh. Why was that Oh, I know it. Tired of these games. Anyone fancy some grilled squid? The target has been silenced. That damn squid never stood a chance. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. Do a barrel roll. Oh, we actually get to... Oh. Oh. That's so rare. It kind of reminds me of the... Venice adjacent zone from Final Fantasy XV. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. And with the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of valuable information. Before it's dismantled, perhaps we should take one last look upon our fallen foe. I just realized they are legitimately doing this similarly to Final Fantasy VII. Not necessarily the order, but Sapphire is basically killed in a glorified cutscene. In 7 it actually is. Ruby we fight, Diamond we're gonna fight, and Emerald we're gonna fight. We should have known Father and his friends would track us down sooner or later. Now they're at our doorstep, and the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, we should still be able to fend them off, or at least buy us some time. Not quite how I imagined it, but this seems as good a way to die as any. Rex, Rykon, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapons to a safe location. You can take care of that, while I pilot the Sapphire weapon. What are you talking about? I'm the pilot, not you. There's no need to put your life on the line. Besides, it's still incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers, so it'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul. You want to end up like Melisandre? No, of course not. Wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. She didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system, to prevent any further malfunctions. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul is activated and the pilot fuses with the core, there's no way back. That's why I should be the one to pilot the Sapphire weapon, not you, Rex. Alphonse needs you. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No! I won't let you! Please, Rex. Hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. I had the best brothers and sisters a boy could wish for. You were always there for me, protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. Take the other weapons and get out of here. See this through to the end. Do it for me. For Melisandre. Counting on you, Rex. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, Recon. I won't let you down. Just promise you'll wait for me. On the other side. We'll meet again, brother. You all made me happier than I had any right to be. And now, I've finally found my purpose. I have no regrets. Come on, Sapphire. We may be far from perfect, but we have a job to do. Let's give Father something to remember us by. The Echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? Recon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. It is as we feared. I'm sorry, guys. First Melisandre, now Recon. We must find the remaining weapons and end this madness. I'm interested to know what the orphans' motivation is to do all of this. Because there's something going on that we don't know about yet. Tell me, what do you make of Gaius Baelsar? I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Ascians. But he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children back in the Empire, though. It seems he'd rather bare his teeth to his former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for the good of mankind, as he would have us all believe? Or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colours? Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean. And though there may be honourable men and women among them, I've suffered much and more as a result of their conquests. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Baelsar played no small part. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago. Shortly after the fall of Alamigo, they continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone, the rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days, then weeks, then months, and it seemed they'd disappeared without a trace. I finally learned from two Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for the poison gas that would later be known as Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years, I roamed aimlessly, with nothing but hatred to keep me alive. I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place among their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had left, so without a moment's hesitation I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts. But none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. As you led the charge into the Praetorium, we were right behind you. And when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, and many others were less fortunate. Having dragged myself free from the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then that I encountered none other than Gaius Baelsar, on the verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge. And then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask that you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then, once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down there and then had I not sensed truth in his words. So, I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I so choose. And I still might, if he shows even the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. If they are indeed the ones pulling the Empire's strings, then it shall not end until they have been eradicated. Every last one. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians will have to wait until we've brought an end to Garlemald's weapon project. Though we may have vanquished 2 of the new weapons, we must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us next. Perhaps Severa can tell us whether the Ironworks engineers have uncovered any information of note. The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating the Turncliffe Magitech facility. Though they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please, wait here a moment. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Were you able to recover anything of note? Before abandoning the facility, they'd attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to the Sapphire weapon's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw during the battle, it was extracted from regular Van Hydrus, correct? It also appears that the Sapphire weapon was actually in an incomplete state, and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into possible countermeasures. The Echo afforded you a glimpse into the conversation between Rykon and Rex prior to the weapon's deployment. Do you remember any other details? Improvements were made to the synthetic orosite system to prevent malfunctions, and it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail Vandanis. There's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rykon were fully aware of this, were they not? Then the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines. Surely there's no cause worth paying such a price. Aye, nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. It appears Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume that Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I've seen enough death. I do not wish to see any more. And there's no time to waste. Let us be about it, guys. Severa, you're in charge here. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. While we're gone, I need you to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first-hand account should prove useful. If there are any developments, we'll be sure to contact you. Meow. Welcome back. Sounds like you've been on quite the journey. All the way to Turncliffe. And judging by the fact you made it here in one piece, I trust everything went according to plan? What an astonishing account. Wouldn't mind putting that G-Warrior through its paces myself. Certainly a lot more stimulating than supervising this rabble, I'd imagine. Anyway, as before, I'll compile the information into a report and leave it over there for your perusal, should you feel so inclined. If we hear anything from headquarters, we'll be sure to pass it on. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's Werlyt headquarters... Who the fuck is that? This bitch sweaty. Is this the new Legatus, then? It must be. I've come to deliver my report, Lord Valens. So you've returned, young Alfred. Or was it Alwick? Valens van Varo. Got milk? Not that it really matters, of course. I hear that you and your darling brothers and sisters have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall into the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid that is the case, Lord Valens. Oh, come now. No need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be, when it suits me. So tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources state that the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Sid Garland and Gaius van Baelsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's been quite the troublemaker of late. Defecting from Garlemald, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh well, no use crying over spilt milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving in Werlyt. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence and pampered every day of their lives. Yes, they are quite valuable. Until their milk dries up, that is. When it does, they're sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest. For that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they've served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so that you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? I can see it now, Sidnan Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let Gaius van Baelsar of all people get the better of you. How do you think this reflects on me, the legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor? Humiliated, I say! There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. You need to be taught a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. Forgive my intrusion, Lord Valens, but it's time for your meeting with the head of Magitech Development. Oh, how time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shape. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people thinking I've let my standards slip now, can I? What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Valens? Did I now? Ah, yes, that's right. So you're Ali, yes? And you joined the military of your own free will along with your fellow orphans. Such devotion. What an inspiration you are. You see, it is my firm belief that love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together, we shall discover the strength that lies within you. Take my hand, child. I will show you the way. His helmet reminds me of the elemental fending set. Blood of Emerald. It's good to see you after. Pleased to report Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in the town square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, your escort will lead you the way. All set for the journey ahead. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa, inform him of After's arrival. Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went in covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the codenames given to 3 of the weapons: Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously, we're all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, this confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least. The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being spotted either by land or air. Which of course leaves only one option: the sea. According to what fragmented data we're able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like the Sapphire, meaning that its escapes from Turncliffe would have gone undetected, and could potentially be anywhere by now. If Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. And travelling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobos, Severa. It seems the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition's correct, that would narrow our search to but 2 possible locations: Castrum Marinum in the Rotano Sea, and Castrum Occadens in eastern Lenosha, both of which are known to harm remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Voldelin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occadens, while After and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we'll give you the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage it sustained during the encounter with the Sapphire weapon. While Allergan machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior itself is in no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is a far from adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironworks submersible to help Arthur and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay. Pray, return to the Waking Sands. Submersible, eh? Don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Sever and I should count ourselves fortunate that our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there. It's time we departed. Let us make for Vesper Bay. Oh, sweet. Love a teleport. As per Master Garland's instructions, the submersible's ready when you are. But before you depart, I've received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently it uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages. 6 of them, in fact, though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve. Sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy. But that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to this castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do likewise. As one might suspect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it's only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the War Machina before this happens. Failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I'd only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. Of course. I already know what it's going to look like. I also already know what the diamond weapon is going to look like. Alright, Castrum Marinum. 17 minutes. I mean, it is 10 past midnight. Yeah. Okay. Party Finder it is. But I'll finish after this. Okay. I'm not entirely sure why that's on the second page. But fine. Is the state of EU this dire during these hours that you have to party find your way through side content? It would be a 17-minute wait as a healer. Which I could wait. Like, honestly, that's not a terrible queue time. It's just, it's a bit longer than I want to deal with right now. Because I'm streaming. If you still played on EU, you wouldn't mind tagging along. I'm guessing you're on NA? You followed a few friends to the NA servers 5 or 6 years ago. I used to play on NA as well, because that's where my friends were at the time. When I picked up my character again 18 months ago, I transferred. So I did 3 things. I fanted into a female aura, because male aura, unless you're going for like edgy glams, tends to not look as good as female, generally. And I transferred myself over to EU onto Chaos Omega, and in doing that I also changed my name. So I got my money's worth out of that data center transfer. But then made this character, and this is now my main. In fact, 112 days, 23 hours and 2 minutes. I started this character in February last year. I have played an average of 1 in 3 days. Yeah. Yeah. 537 days, 9 hours and 12 minutes. Yep. But how long have you been... Is that the character that you've been playing for... years and years and years? Because at my current rate, I would be matching you in, what, 4.5 years? Ish? It's the same character that you started with back in early Stormblood, yeah. Then yeah. Yeah, 537 days makes sense. Well, whilst we're waiting... No, I don't want it like that. Whilst we're waiting... I may as well do something. Worst case scenario, if I can just get a couple more people, I'll do it on sync. I don't mind. You started on Louis Soir, played for a couple months and dropped the game. When you came back, you switched to Spriggan. I started on Zelyria? Is it? Or is Zelyria the data center? But yeah, so I started that character, like I said, Zelyria, yeah. On NA. That was my first character. Crystal. Okay, yeah, so it is the world. And then I started a new character when Shadowbringers was just coming out. Because I pre-ordered Shadowbringers. So I know that Shadowbringers can't have come out. I think I was still playing that one on NA. Yeah, I was still playing that one on NA. Because then I transferred that character over to EU like 18 months ago when I started playing again. You came back to the game roughly a month before Shadowbringers launch. Yeah. I think I did about the same. Stopped playing not long after Heavensward came out. Because I remember Flight being a really big thing. Not that I had finished A Realm Reborn, so I never actually saw original Flight. Your sub's been running ever since. Sunk cost fallacy is real by now. Yeah. The way that I see it, though, is yes, I've spent a decent amount of money on this game, but I have also played over 100 days worth in the last year. And given that you could be spending like 60 quid on a, you hope, 60-hour game in the modern market, if I'm spending, you know, like 8 quid a month, but I'm getting more than 8 hours worth of enjoyable gameplay in that month, that's cost effective. That is honestly, that's a big way that I validate my spending in games at the minute. I've also bought stuff up of the cash shop, but I can still validate that because it's I'm getting the enjoyment out of it that isn't ridiculous. Whereas Warframe, I'm not allowed to play anymore because I sunk way too much money into that. And while I did play it a lot, there is no need to spend money on Warframe. It was because I was lazy. You wish new releases were 60 quid. We're soon in a spot where 70, 75's the norm. Well, even higher than that. I reckon in the next couple of years, we are going to see games selling for like 100 quid. I would be interested to see when the Switch 2 comes out, how Nintendo prices its games. Because Nintendo is terrible at the depreciation of value of its games. Like Breath of the Wild, the release game for the Nintendo Switch, is still sold at basically the same price it was on release. Just wait till GTA 6 comes out, it will probably be 100 quid for the base game. That's what I'm kind of expecting. And you know, I don't necessarily mind spending 100 quid on a game that I know I'm gonna get 100 hours out of. Because to me, that is about how I value it. If I can spend £1 per hour of gameplay that I'm gonna get out of it, that doesn't necessarily have to be in a single playthrough. You know, make it a game that has an interesting New Game Plus, or adds a couple of mechanics in New Game Plus that makes it worth going through, or has inbuilt replayability like Dark Souls, and I will probably play it for hundreds of hours. Give me a game like Persona 5, happily spend 100. I don't think I quite got to 100 hours on Persona 5. I think I got to like 70 or 80, but still, I'd be happy with that for 100 quid. The issue is you have no way of knowing if you're going to enjoy the game enough to sink that amount of time into it, and the casual gamer might not be interested in those things. So for the avid gamer, the price tag doesn't necessarily put them off if it's a franchise and a series that they know they're going to enjoy. Like, I would pay that for Final Fantasy. I would pay that for Kingdom Hearts, because I know I'd enjoy those. I'd pay that for Dark Souls or Elden Ring, because I know I'd enjoy that. Would I pay that for a new IP that I know nothing about? Would I pay that for Call of Duty? Fuck no. Personally, Call of Duty can fucking die in a dumpster fire, for all I know. But I appreciate that someone that does really, really enjoy Call of Duty, and like, if it's adding to the multiplayer, if it's adding to zombies, if it's got a vibrant and active community, that could be worth it for some people, not me. GTA, if it has GTA Online, which, let's face it, GTA 6 will, because it's been the main moneymaker for GTA 5, people would spend 100 quid because they know that they're going to get more than 100 hours out of it. Would I pay 100 quid for Fortnite? Fuck no. But again, that's me personally. You wouldn't mind paying £100 for a good Battlefield or Call of Duty if the game were different from their previous installment in a significant way. Yes. Like, if it were the equivalent to the first Modern Warfare, I think, was that the one that brought in the exoskeletons and shit? Like, that I could understand. And then you've got the zombies that has that kind of stuff in it, which is making it different from the stuff before it and all the rest. Like, that I can understand, and if you're into the multiplayer aspect of them, that would factor into your costs as well. But would you pay £100 for a remaster of Call of Duty 3? Personally, I wouldn't. Although the way around that is if they remastered like 3 of the games and packaged them together. Then suddenly it's, oh, well, it's only £30 a game. Like the Master Chief Collection. That's a little bit different because the story in Halo actually, well, at least up to and possibly including ODST or Reach, the story is actually decent. But you also get the multiplayer. There are reasons why you buy most of your games through Steam sales. Same. Or Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle is very good for older games. The story is decent up until the new one. I'm sorry, but Halo 4 sucked. I stopped playing after Halo 4. It sucked that much. Clearly I fell and hit my head. I don't think so. You never played Halo, you never had an Xbox. I'll be honest, Halo and Gears of War were the only thing that made me get an Xbox One. I felt no interest in getting the new Halo. And I've not played a Gears of War since Judgment. I have Gears of War 4. I think I've booted it once, and it is the only game I've booted on my Xbox One. Otherwise, it has been a glorified Netflix machine. Gears 5 is on Steam. I think I have it on Steam, actually. I don't think I've played Gears 4, though. So I think Gears 4 came out after Judgment. Is 4 the first one where you have the female like story characters? Because I know that there's female characters that are significant in 5, or at least one of them is the like box art, but I think 4 has them, is where they're introduced, in which case I've not played 4. I think 3 was the last one I played, because that's the one that starts on the boat, is it? I don't know. Gears of War was the game that my brother and I would play together. We would... Honestly, you can probably blame my brother for why I tend to play games on the hardest difficulty. Because that's what we would do together, is we would play Gears of War on the hardest difficulty together. That was the thing that we sort of most bonded over. We did similar with some of the Halos, but it was much more so Gears of War. While we're on the topic of not so great games, my guilty pleasure game. The problem is that because I've played so many games for streaming, because I've been streaming for 10 years, don't necessarily remember that many. I would say the one that probably goes against what a lot of other people say would be I actually enjoy original not Gears of War, original Dark Souls 2. And I prefer the original over the Scholar of the First Sin re-release. Because I prefer the gameplay, I prefer Gears of War... No, stop! I've got Gears of War on the brain. I prefer Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 1 for gameplay. Because it's smoother and I could actually run it. So my main playtime before Dark Souls 3 came out was in Dark Souls 2. I also like Final Fantasy XIII, which a lot of other people complain about. So bad, but still so good game. You're really testing me. You have an easy one in that category, real. Oh, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. God, that game's rancid, but it's also great as co-op. To be fair, Resident Evil 6... I enjoyed Resident Evil 6 when I first played it, and its co-op is pretty good. It's just that game, like it. It was a decent like action co-op action shooter, but it sucked as a Resident Evil. What was it? Resident Evil 7? Not Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 7 was good. Resident Evil 0 that I had to cheat unlimited ammo in it just for the sake of getting through it. But I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that that was so bad that it was good. It was just, it was bad. Was that 0? I forget. I feel like there was a survival horror shooter game that I had to do that with. Was that 0? Yes, it was. after the first stream, the first 3 hours, I cheated. For the remaining 2 streams just to get through it. I played that in 2020 and I still remember. The original Lords of the Fallen was janky as fuck because of hitboxes, but again, I wouldn't say it was so bad that it's good. It was just bad. Let me get the death counter up and have a think about this. Let's go from oldest to newest. So Kingdom Hearts Recom, not so bad, it's good. Just awkward because of being 3D combat without being able to adjust the Y-axis of attacks. Tomb Raider, Evil Within, they're all decent. Alan Wake 1, decent. Castlevania Lords of Shadow, don't really remember it. The Surge, kinda janky, but not terrible. Neo, I didn't much like the combat system, but maybe it just wasn't for me. Dream Drop Distance, pretty good. Final Fantasy X, 10-2. 10-2 is just decent game, terrible writing. Shits on the world of 10. Dishonored, Dishonored 2, Dishonor on you, Dishonor on your family. Dead Space, good. Evil Within 2 was pretty good. Sinner Sacrifice for Redemption, that was pretty good. Nier Automata was pretty good. God of War, godly. World of Final Fantasy? It was alright. It was painful at points, but it was alright. Hellblade, that was pretty good. Final Fantasy VIII is a weird one for me, because writing is just bizarre, and the junction system takes a while to get used to. Code Vein was alright, Astral Chain was alright. Marvel Spider-Man was alright. Melody of Memory, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, no, that was bad. Hollow Knight, amazing. Scarlet Nexus, bad. Octopath Traveler, great. Death Stranding, great. Control, great. Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night, great. Callisto Protocol, decent. It's decent. Days Gone. Days Gone might be Okay, we would go unsynced. Days Gone, from what you played at your friend's house, it was like Last of Us with a worse narrative. Eh. I suppose the story was kind of in that way, yeah. This is it. The Emerald Weapon. I've been expecting you, hero of Eorzea. But it was open world, so it was a bit different. Look, Father, this is the power that we command. So it was open world, which made it quite different. The issue that I had with it was there were chunks that were really great gameplay-wise. But then there was sections where very little would happen whilst you were just riding through the world, so it felt like the world was quite empty. Anyway. You mean everyone was dead? Good point. 7 minutes. Apparently. Hold on. We'll do it so that we just have to get DPS, because that should be quick. But yeah, the world... There were really, really fun bits that once you did them, you kind of didn't get to do them again. Like the hordes. And then the world just felt empty. But in a very different way to Death Stranding, where the world is supposed to feel empty. But even then, the world didn't feel as empty because you had all of the interactions with other players that you had indirectly. One of the greatest disappointments for you, Metal Gear Solid 5. I have yet to play any of the Metal Gear Solids other than Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is the only Metal Gear Solid I have played. I do plan on at some point streaming through the series, assuming that I enjoy them enough to play through the whole series. But I feel like after experiencing Kojima in Death Stranding, I am more receptive now to playing more Kojima games. Probably. And if we're being nitpicky, Revengeance isn't a solid game. Yeah. It's following Raiden instead of Snake. Or instead of Solid Snake, because there's different snakes. There might be something that I've played on the Switch off stream that I could think that would be like so bad that it's good. I kind of can't think of anything. I'm still trying to think of something like that, but I can't. I feel like I need to get my Steam library up to see what the fuck's even on it. I think part of the problem is that a lot of the games that might not be like mainstream have got like a cult following or whatever, so they're not, it doesn't make it feel like a guilty pleasure. I don't know. Like Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. Because it was a PSP game, there's so many missions that the pacing kind of gets fucked. But it's still a good game. If, when you get around to those games, are you considering the Metal Gear games as well, or will you jump straight into Metal Gear Solid? You are making me have to check what is considered Metal Gear. Because it starts with Metal Gear, then goes into Snake's Revenge, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid, MG Ghost Babel. I know basically nothing about original Metal Gear. I knew that there were games before MGS. I think in my head I was getting confused with Solid Slug, is it? The side-scrolling shooter, for some reason. Metal Slug, yeah. I think I may have been getting confused with them. I mean, I don't mind playing or at the very least trying the like original games. I don't know how much they'll add or how long they are or whatever, but we could try them. Playing the Metal Gear games in a chronological order is a nightmare, though. Chronological within the game or chronological from release. On release date. Huzzah! Story-wise. Yeah, I wouldn't do it story-wise, I'd probably do it release-wise. I would only do something chronologically for story if it was something that I had already played before. Like, I could play through the Kingdom Hearts games in chronological order. Starting with, but in fact, I think I did that, didn't I? When I did it for the PlayStation 5 versions. Aren't those gonna part? Yeah. Okay, so they've got magnetism mechanics. Probably around 12 hours for Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3. As in, to complete each one, or to complete all 3. Yeah, each. Yeah, that's not too bad. Oh, Dirge of Cerberus. I actually love Dirge of Cerberus. Like, this is the thing. What would be considered, like, a guilty pleasure for some people, I don't know that I would consider it one. Because it's just a good game to me. I haven't been playing terribly. I feel sorry for my party members. '15 was fantastic and the people pooped on it. I enjoyed 15. I enjoyed 15 a lot more than I enjoyed 16. Honestly, for me, 16, it starts out amazing, but it loses momentum about halfway through. Not because of the story, but because of the core gameplay mechanic. Because if you're gonna make something like Devil May Cry, you need to keep it fresh and interesting. You need to keep adding weapons or... Fuck. Like stuff that adds to your combo, then add enemies that are weak. To a specific weapon. Whereas what 16 did was not even you can beat the Empire's finest. Activating Oversoul. Baelsar combat data ready. Initiating organic core override. Ali, Alphonse, this is goodbye. Rex, what have you done? I can imagine that the... Ooh, what is the meaning of this? Wait, that glow. Bear witness to the glory of the Empire. I can imagine that the extremes for these are epic. This is Werlyt. At the time of the invasion, could the synthetic aurosite be causing this? Yeah. Yeah, like 16. The core mechanics of it, really, really good. But you run out of new stuffs that you end up just relying on the same skills, because a lot of the later skills aren't as good as some of the early ones, so it's just objectively worse to take them. It's not even like a playstyle choice. It just is worse to take them. I should really be spending time thinking about the game, and especially thinking about healing people.
Why are you following me?
Thank you for the follow, Tundibidibidibidibina. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Healer adjust. Exactly. I healed the wrong fucker. Oh, whoops. The guitar is good. Yeah, that was actually a cool fight. But what of it I paid attention to? Which wasn't very much. And so it ends. Why would Rex throw away his life for this? Another so bad but so good. Lifeline. Isn't that the one that you have to control with a microphone? I haven't played that, but I've watched Lobos Jr. and Distortion play it. And yeah, I can definitely see that. I really do struggle to think of so bad but so good games. Because it generally it's either it's so bad or it's good. It's really good. And I don't necessarily think of the ones that are simultaneously both. I'm literally going through my Steam library at the minute to try and see. I mean, it doesn't help that there's a lot of games in this that I've not played yet. No. There isn't much coming up. I've not played the new Saints Row, like the remake or whatever they did for Saints Row 1. But I also wouldn't describe Saints Row as bad, because I preferred them to GTA. I've managed to get all the way down to, like, The Walking Dead at the minute. There's all the Yakuza games I've not played yet. Yeah, no, I don't think I have any, at least not on PC. Like I say, there might be some on the Switch that I've played. I can't think of any of them, because there's games that are non-mainstream but they're still good, like Koromon, the Pokemon clone. They're not bad. They're quite good as a different take on Pokemon. Cassette Beasts, quite a good alternative take on Pokemon. Stuff like that. What about the Bouncer? Why am I getting memories of a fighting game? Is that what the Bouncer is? No. No, I don't think I've played this. I think there was a similar game on PSP. There was a similar name game that was a fighter. That looks like it's trying to be a, like, Streets of Rage or something. But no, I don't think I've ever played that. Was it not EverQuest? EverQuest was the MMO, right? Yeah. Was it Eternal Quest? No, not Eternal Quest. There was a PS2 game. I think it was FromSoft, actually. Now that I think about it. Evergrace? Evergrace. That's a pretty bad, but also good game that I should probably stream at some point. I have memories of getting stuck playing Evergrace and having absolutely fucking no clue where to go. Anyway, it's 1 in the morning. I am rambling. You're right. If I am ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It galls me to think my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, the observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. I must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning the way's now clear for Sid to inspect the War Machina's remains. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, After has once again proven herself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Occadens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of any useful leads. We came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we had never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope he is finally at peace. We'll do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. I and the Ironworks will search this place from top to bottom for clues as to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like, and not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. Don't worry, you didn't halt the 14 progression. I did. With that in mind, I'll begin by examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is. The main reason I started streaming was for the social aspect, so I tend to prioritize conversation over gameplay. It's only an issue when I do that halfway through a cutscene or dialogue. Because for the people that aren't interested in the conversation, that's a problem. Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Melisandre and Recon too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes. That's what the synthetic Orosight system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't stand a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would. But what I don't understand is why all of you are so willing to give your lives to the weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. Isn't that basically what the Eorzeans want? I'm failing to see why they're not defecting as soon as they saw Gaius. We want you to see this new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? The years spent serving the Empire have changed us all. Except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ali, listen to us. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were to run away now, they'd only force others to take our place. We can't let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlyt's freedom. No! How can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it! Judo chop! We will forever be at your side, Ali. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No! Let me go! So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes. They'll take Ali into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. You've forgotten what I told you. You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data of the emerald weapon fighting at its peak if we're to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic orosight system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me. Don't you worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. Can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. No. Why, Rex? Why? Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. Severus taking care of Ali. It may be some time until her nerves have settled. If the vision you witnessed is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve, and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Ali's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw that her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she was subjected to beatings on a regular basis. Judging by the very stage of bruising, I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen. I have lived through it. I was born in Werlyt. 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I know very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it's more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Werlyt, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear. So I joined the army. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Zenus Ye Galvus in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Werlyt. While it was never much of a home, it was all I had. Nothing could prepare me for what waited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garleans had denied her treatment, claiming that it would be a waste on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Werlyt. I'd be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return. I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then that I met Gaius. So that's the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I'd always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak. Yet there are those who become drunk on the power afforded by their station and prey on the ones they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption is spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subject to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for the Aura, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Ali thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valdulin's turn to keep watch. Let us ask him if there's been any change. It is too late for me to try and read French words. I'll finish this quest and that's where we'll end it for tonight. It's too late to do the last trial. I suppose you're here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak to us? As her condition has improved somewhat, I'd say so, provided you do not cause her any undue distress. Wait here. Almost 3:30. It's 20 past 1 in the morning for me. And I have things that I need to do before I start streaming tomorrow. Ali, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex? It was my fault. Melisandre and Recon 2, they died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Ali, you must tell me all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we were parted. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valence van Varo was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered that he was ordered by Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he's planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapon project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone, but he's always muttering to himself and been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens van Varo. I must admit it was only recently that I first heard the name. Valens used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the ultimate weapon. Valens has resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, where you treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than on race or origin. Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. Interesting parallel. So the marks on your body are his handiwork. Yes. To Valens and his men, we are no more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, I would never have been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we'd wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay, to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. That way we might start afresh and find a place we can call home. And not just for us, but for anyone who wishes to live in peace. Again, why not defect with the weapons as soon as you saw Gaius? That feels like it would have been the better solution here. It would would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain that strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. He would use them to bring the world to its knees. And his masterpiece is the worst of them all. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of world. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You are everything he aspires to be. I have failed him. Failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens, if it is the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Ali. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit. The ultimate weapon was not born to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I'll do all I can to help your brother. Pray, tell me where he is. I'm sorry. Don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you must stay here and rest. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Milisandia, aren't you? We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask this of you, but lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. You got it. I now know why they call you hero. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. I have a good feeling about his new friend. Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Girabania? You're enjoying some manga, but now the body wants to go horizontal. I feel that. Your loving father may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Was I wrong to spare you that day? Or will you honor your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. Okay, let's go and turn this in, and then we'll finish up. I will do the Valentine's event next week. On Valentine's. Although I am getting my face drilled on Valentine's. I know, romantic, right? No, I'm getting a tooth out on Valentine's Day. So I don't know how much I'll want to stream on Valentine's. But we'll see. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect it was another fine display on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account, if you wouldn't mind. Good grief, sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with. Rather you than me. I'll add this to our ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Thinking about it, the weapon trials so far have felt similar to extremes. I wonder if that's just because I'm reaching the point where I'm getting closer to my actual level, or if it's that they are legitimately getting more complex. 3 weapons. 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Ugh. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. Ugh. And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius? After everything I've done for her, this is how she repays me? As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her. You've failed miserably. Well, don't just stand there, boy. Oh, of course. It's your first time, isn't it? Come along. There's no need to be shy. Fair enough, Meet the Ripper. Thank you for coming by. Have a good one. Who the fuck? Am I supposed to know who that is? You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man. It's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful. You want him to get better, don't you? There's a good boy. Now let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad. 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 Why does he look like the villain from The Hunchback of Notre Dame? Ugh. That was an interesting clap sound. Well done. You've all made Father proud. Very proud indeed. Hmm. As for you, I thought you were a cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. Since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius Van Baelsar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are. Having said that, we will be forcefully initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data. So whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need do is sit back and let the synthetic Orosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. Lord Valance, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys, who'd like to see something special? Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. Is he just trying to emulate Gaius by taking on orphans? Is he trying to prove that he can do it better? This is my chance. It's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First Valance, then the Empire itself will fall, and we will be free at last. Father, keep Ali safe. Melisandre, Rickon, Rex. See this through to the end. I promise. Till then, watch over me. It just keeps going. Who the fuck? So, is it ready or not? The trial sequence has been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Initiating synthetic Orosite system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. Who the fuck? What's going on? You are helping us with a little research is all, whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. Ah, that's who they are. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversoul and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valance. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiating organic core overwrite. My mind is... No! This is what it takes to protect you both. I love you. So sorry. Where is my prey? Organic core overwrite complete. Xenos Ye Galvus data loaded. The subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey right from the offset. Regardless of the combat prowess it may boast, it need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Deactivating synthetic orocyte system. They've made one of the life stream monsters from the Final Fantasy XIV. How revolting. What a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings and prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. Oh, for fuck's sake. But sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for his cooperation. My, I never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humour. The great Valance Van Barrow bargaining with savages? Ha! More fool him for trusting me in the first place. This guy's a cunt. But there we go. Jesus Christ, it's 1:45. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be where we call it tonight. What I will probably do before the next stream is get my warrior resistance weapon to stage 2 so that I can have both the memory quests active at once, just so that I can continue like passively building the memory stockpile up. But we'll see what the weapon looks like for warrior when I apply the glow effect to it from the bitter memory stage. We don't really need to worry about it too much if I don't show the second stage on stream, I don't think. But anyway, that is going to be where I call it. I am planning on still streaming, I mean technically later today, as it's nearly 2 in the morning. But I do still plan on streaming some Metaphor on Saturday stream. But I do need to get a couple of things done around the house first, so depending on when I wake up, it might be a little bit of a later start. We will see. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Later.